good class here. Four really good lambs and a good one to go in fifth. So I'm going to start the class with, and all three of them are really good, but this one, when you study him in terms of muscle, and gets on right on top of him and get that blade angle in there right with that much width of chest, sitting there right on his spine, and get that big in terms of his rump, and get that big from his rear leg, and that kind of dimension, and still be pretty good in terms of his rib design. There's a lot of muscle in that sheep that sits on that skeleton pretty square with muscularity and shape and cutability. That's an awfully nice one. Let's give that young lady a nice big round of applause as she wins this class. The young man in second and third, I think it gets really close. The young man in second probably moves out just a little freer and easier, and probably he's got a little more middle in him. But when you get on top of him and study his muscle and sits on his skeleton and the squareness to it, not quite the bigness of rump, not quite the dimension of muscle when you get on top of him, but I like that sheep. I think he's a little cleaner in terms of cutability. I think he's, in terms of his degree of finish, than the lamb we have in third, and I think this sheep's got more dimension down his top and he's bigger at his upper hip. Really like this sheep. He's really good at the base of his neck in terms of squareness. I read him to be pretty true. I like his length of body. I like his ability to move. He's comfortable in stride. He's carrying a little more in terms of degree of condition. He's not quite as big at his upper hip, not quite as dimensional in terms of his rump, and he could have more when he go away from him, but I think that's a right, useful kind of a sheep to go in third. Young man's lamb in fourth, again, in terms of levelness, attractiveness. If you were to take one to the backdrop and take a picture in the side profile, this sheep's got a lot of good in him. Big bone, he's stout, he's opened up, but when you study muscle and composition and cutability, not nearly as much muscle as it comes at the base of his neck, and gets more muscular as we need to get him down. But again, I think that's a really good cutting sheep. Young lady's lamb that we have fifth, phenomenal in terms of muscle and dimension and muscle volume. Going to change his rear posture and kind of change the way his blade lays in his cavity. But there's a sheep that's got some length, dimension, total structure, and got a pack full of power in him. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause as they exit the ring as well.
Placing on class number 16, natural colored, weighing 143 to 155. First place goes to 764, Ashton Cooper, Elmwood, Nebraska, lamb weighing 155. Second place to entry 626, Cal Davis, Guthrie, Oklahoma, lamb weighing 147. Third place to entry 1171, Colin Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. 4 to entry 300, Mason Smith, Elk City, Oklahoma. 5 to 385, Taylor Mollenkamp of Salina, Ohio. Sixth place to entry number 841, Colby Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. 7 to 564, Peyton Harris, Perry, Oklahoma. 8 to 759, Cole Cooper, Elmwood, Nebraska. 9 to entry 524, Sydney Strain of Morrill, Nebraska. And 10 to entry 239, Colin Gump, Fletcher, Ohio.
really a good class of big lambs here in our natural colors. They've got some bones, some structure, some dimension. Here's a sheep probably out of my league in terms of weight, but probably really good legged, up on his toes, prances around the ring really good, still got some width and dimension and skeleton. I like a lot of things about this sheep. I think he's really good. He angles right, his blade sits in there good, the amount of muscle lays in there. He still handles fairly fresh. There is a lot of good in that skeletal system. Let's give that young lady and that crew behind that one, whoever bred that one, a big round of applause. That's an awfully nice sheep to win this class. I thought the lamb in second, basic build, squareness to the design, dimension in terms of skeleton. His feet were pointing the right direction, his length of rib, his dimension of rib. I thought that sheep was awfully nice. Maybe just not quite when we get him out on the walk. Stays quiet as neat, maybe not as trim in terms of his forerib. Probably getting a little, starting to show his chest just a little bit, but that's an awfully nice sheep to go in second. I thought that his dimension, proportion of body depth, dimension of center rib, and length of rib probably allowed him to beat the sheep that we have in third. Sheep in third's probably a little cleaner in terms of degrees of finish and cutability. I thought though his chest floor to rear flank kind of offset him just a little bit. Not quite as stout maybe in his rear leg as the one ahead of him, but I thought that those were the three sheep that had real muscle, length of body, true dimension, foundation with the skeleton. Those were three tremendous wethers. Young lady's lamb in fourth. Really good heighted and level design. A sheep that's big bone and pretty good footed and prances around. And I like him, he's comfortable in terms of his stride. So when you start evaluating the way his muscle lays on his skeleton, he's good in his rack. You certainly don't even want to change him in his loin in the way and get him up bigger in the top of his rump and have his angle sit and then get out there wider at the top of his rump. Probably give him more dimension down low. But this sheep's ability to have percentage of hind saddle, and he's even bigger hip than this one, even though this one stayed level and square and was good legged and I thought practical and still fresh. His length of hip and dimension of rump and then not having the total width of skeleton and volume of muscle to go any farther. But those are five really good wethers. Let's give those people a nice big round of applause into this class. I thought that was a really outstanding set of sheep.
Placing on the class of natural colored, class number 17, our final class. First place goes to entry 182, Victoria Rawls, Talent, Oregon, lamb weighing 169. Second place to 1181, Taylor Buschenberg of Mentone, Indiana, lamb weighing 166. Third place to 354, Sarah Young, Leesburg, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 113, Taylor Fraze of Comanche, Texas. 484, Jennifer Waits, Meadville, Missouri. Sixth place to 375, Bree Elliott, Calumet, Oklahoma. 7 to 1193, Michaela Cottle of Wallingford, Kentucky. Eighth place to entry 992, Trina Cherney of Wanawak, Wisconsin. 9 to entry 1182, Colin Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. And 10th place to 192, Jonah Brodigan of Sydney, Ohio.
Really got some nice sheep here in our natural colors. That kind of comes down to how big you want to use one. I think 169 for me is pretty big, but I do like a lot of things about that young lady, and I think he's a fantastic sheep. And in some ways, probably in the way that he gets out and moves, a lot of things that we're trying to do at home, well, a lot of these sheep we're trying to do at home, but that's a really, really good one, but he's just too big for me. I find a pair in the middleweights that I think make more sense in terms of weight. They're probably not built quite as nicely, but relative to condition and weight and everything in regards, we're going to use the two middleweights to go ahead and win Class 2. Let's give those kids a nice big round of applause as they have your champion, reserve champion, natural.
Champion natural colored came out of Class 16. 764, Ashton Cooper, Elmwood, Nebraska, lamb weighing 155 pounds. Reserve, second place in that same class, 626, Cal Davis, Guthrie, Oklahoma, lamb weighing 147. Now ready in the ring for our one class of Oxfords. Again, we want to remind you exhibitors, if you have a breed champion or a reserve breed champion, it's imperative that we get a photo so we can get that put up on our website as well as Facebook page. We need you to get that picture as soon as you're named a breed champion or reserve. Go over to the photo area to get it done. We're very proud to welcome our official media partner, RFD TV, America's first 24-hour network serving the needs and interests of rural America. To find out more where you can watch their quality programming, go to rfdtv.com. Also, Farm Credit is our Junior Weather Sheep Show sponsor. Farm Credit provides more than 1/3 of the credit needed by those who live and work in rural America.
Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause. They represent their breed very well. There's a lot of nice Wethers out here. They've got some basic builds, some structural design, some skeletal quality. Young lady's lamb, I think, is awfully nice. Good bone, good structured, long-bodied, fresh, muscular, athletic looking. Like the way his muscle sits on his skeleton. Got some length of hips, some percentage of hind saddle. Got some length of body and still got some guts and bone. That's an awfully nice sheep, and for that sheep to have that kind of cutability and muscularity, but still have some structure, dimension at that weight, that's an awfully nice sheep. He actually probably could use just a tick more on him and probably smoothen him up just a little bit better, like the lamb we have in second. But the thing though is this lamb might be a little smoother in his appearance and walks around just a tick neater on the profile, I guess, but there's just way too much sheep here in terms of foot, structure, bone, with the skeleton, length of hip, with an abundant amount of muscle lays on top. But this is a very nice sheep as well, though, in his own merit. Extremely level in design, proportional in terms of his body depth, up on his toes, they point in the right direction. Skeletal correctness, skeletal design, I like this sheep a bunch. I'd like to open him up, stout him up in his forearm, and lay more muscle right behind his shoulder, but I think there's a lot of quality in that sheep. Congratulations to you, young lady, and the crew behind that one. Really like this sheep from his last rib back. I think this sheep's got a lot of good things about him. Length of hip, length of hind saddle, dimension of rib, length of rib. He's big-legged, he's stout. He's just, when you study him up front in terms of his chest floor and his neck, when you compare to the top two, you just realize he doesn't stay quite as neat or correct in his design, but he's awfully, awfully good. A long-bodied, level-hip sheep here, the percentages in the right areas. Again, he's out on the corners, they point in the right direction. However, when you start studying him and handling muscle, especially off of a hard brace, you realize that sheep needs to be stoutened up right there, a little more dimensional in terms of his forward. But that's a level, square, good-legged sheep. I think he's got a lot of quality. Big volume, long-bodied, got some length of hind saddle in him. Pretty dimensional in terms of bone and structure, and like his usefulness and kind, and he's opened up from both ends. I think it's the way his muscle lays on his skeleton. When you start studying his blade and angles back, you realize he needs to angle back better at the base of his neck, stay square, truer there. But here's a really good-looking sheep that's got a lot of usefulness as well. I think these sheep in this breed could have competed against the crossbreds very well. Let's give those individuals and those breeders of these a nice big round of applause, because there's a lot of nice sheep over here as well.
Placing on the Class 18 are Oxford Market Lambs weighing 112 to 196. First place and breed champion 164, Kaylee Silliman of Fremont, Iowa, lamb weighing 157. Second place to 623, Delaney Wiseman, London, Ohio, lamb weighing 146. Third place to entry 979, Taylor Busenberg, Mentone, Indiana. 4 to 423, Lane Slayton of Noblesville, Indiana. 5 to entry 9, Emily Hostetler, Jasper, Georgia. 6th place to 640, Allie Muir, Waynesfield, Ohio. 7 to 704, Amanda Bacon, Salem Springs, Arkansas. 8 to 492, Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. 9 to 808, Kendra Kearley of Winthrop, Iowa. And 10th place To entry 1165, Skylar Knapp, Greenfield, Indiana.
Another really good class, an outstanding lamb to win this division. Opened up in his skeleton, yet still correct in his skeleton. He's fresh, he's muscular, he looks athletic. I like a lot of things about that sheep. I might like to give him a lot more muscle right behind his shoulder in terms of shape, and sits down on his spine. But that sheep's level, square, good-legged, up on his toes, going the right direction. I think there's a lot of quality and good in that sheep, and I think he kind of runs away with this class. Young lady's lamb in second, I think, has pieces. It's again out on the corners, square in its build, it's up on its toes, it's level in its design, it's longer than it is tall. Really good in terms of its rack shape, square in the blade lays in there good, level in terms of his hip. It's when you start analyzing real dimension of hip, the stoutness of hind leg, and width of skeleton, I think is where he kind of offsets the lamb that we have in first. But that's an awfully nice sheep, and his ability to stay square and level and still have quality allows him to go into the second hole. Good useful sheep here. Big bone, stout, long bodied, got some muscle. Might want to stretch him out in his hip just a little bit and change the heat of his loin. Might want to change the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. But you get this sheep out on the walk, he stays together better than he does in the brace. I think that's a good, useful, practical sheep to go in third. Young man's lamb in fourth. Big bone, square, long bodied, got some dimension. A sheep, though, that we need to change up to his front end and his breastbone just a little bit, probably open up the top of his rump, even changing the backside of his rib design in terms of his cavity, lowering down his flank just a little bit, but I think that's a good, useful kind of sheep. A big top, really thick-ended, a lot of muscle here. Like to change and stretch that skeletal system out and change its angles just a little bit, but there's a lot of product and a lot of muscle that's fresh and muscular. Excellent class. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Placing on Class 19, Shropshire Weathers weighing between 120 and 149. First place to entry 668, Sarah Bain, Bakersfield, California, lamb weighing 142 pounds. Second to 33, Anna Ruff, Elberton, Georgia, lamb weighing 138. Third place to 553, Carter Brimmer, Fayette, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 1224, Jack McKinney, Colo, Iowa. 5 to 395, Monica Adam, Howard, Ohio. Sixth place to 101, Hannah DeLong, Mechanicsburg, Ohio. Seventh place to 822, Sarah White, Fayetteville, Arkansas. 8 to 195, Say Ray Roberts, Hillsboro, Kansas. 9 to entry 269, Chloe Perlee, Kirkland, Indiana. And 10 to entry 39, Ainsley Ruff of Elberton, Georgia.
Another good class, young ladies lamb, kind of in the last class, kind of separates himself to me, again, in different angles and different views and evaluating quality and freshness and muscularity. I think there's a lot of good in this sheep. Stays level, stays square, his feet point in the right direction. I like his dimension of rib, his length of body. I think there's just a lot of good in that sheep, and he wins this class pretty easy. I think the same build quality holds true for the young lady in second. Level, square, fresh, out on the corners, up in their toes. Build quality is good. Freshness in terms of his rib, longer than he is tall. Skeletal proportions, not nearly the muscle that lays on the top side of his skeleton, as big at the top of his rump. But I thought those are two good, useful sheep. They're level and square. I liked a lot of things about this one on the top side of his skeleton. I thought he was long-bodied, really long-hipped, percentages right in his hind saddle, and I like the muscle shape that lays on his skeleton. I like his freshness and his cutability. We need to open him up more down low, stouten him up just a little bit. But again, I think there's a lot of good things on the top side of his skeleton. If he looks good in motion, just take the bottom foundation, open him up, and square it up. But that's an awfully nice sheep to go in third. Heavy bone and stout, tremendously heavy muscled and thick. A lot of things about him that I like from a terminal merit. He's awfully big, and then when you get him out on the walk, you start studying his chest to flank to hip structure. But there's a lot of bone, a lot of structure, and a lot of real muscle in a big stout package. That's a good kind of sheep as well. I think at one time this sheep was awfully nice, basic build, feet in terms of feet, up on his toes, going in the right direction, longer than he is tall, level, dimensional proportions. You can just start starting when he's a little bit stale in his appearance. Real genuine muscle that naturally sits down his spine is not as good. He's probably getting a little more older as he gets, and you can try to tell, but I think that sheep's awfully good, and there's a lot of good practical basic builds. Good class of lambs, good kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Nice job to you, young lady. Nice job, nice job, nice job. Nice job to you, nice job to you. He's a little too narrow-based. He needs to be bigger at the top of his rump.
Placing on class number 20, Shropshire Weathers, weighing 150 to 182. First to 981, Renee Siverston of Brazil, Indiana, lamb weighing 159. Second to 111, Hannah Whitenbach, Greencastle, Indiana, lamb weighing 160. Third place to entry 43, Justin Rupnow, Nemaha, Iowa. 4 to entry 1043, Jaden Yonts, Walton, Indiana. 5 to 61, Tilda Carlici of Louisville, Illinois. Sixth place to entry number 676, Megan Wiebe of Bingham Lake, Minnesota. 7th place to 900, Victoria Wright of Cassopolis, Michigan. 8 to 592, Jordan Leininger of Pierceton, Indiana. 9th place to 79, Cade Sherry of Camden, Michigan. And 10th place to 1142, Clayton Maine, Seymour, Indiana.
Excellent here in our division in these breeds. I think they're awfully good. I think we've got 2 of them that are really, really good. I think there's some trade-offs. I actually think maybe the bigger lamb's the more complete sheep, but he is really kind of heavy. I don't know if the second place lamb is in the lightweight division. He's got enough power and structure. We're going to make this young lady your champion in this division. Let's give her a nice big round of applause. She's awfully nice. And we're going to make the big lamb reserve. Let's give this group a nice big round of applause again.
Champion Shropshire goes to our Class 19 winner, 668, Sarah Bain, Bakersfield, California, lamb weighing 142. Reserve champion, our Class 20 winner, 981, Renee Siverston of Brazil, Indiana, lamb weighing 159. Now ready in the ring for class number 21, South Downs, 95 to 134 pounds.
Good class of lambs, some gives and takes, some trade-offs here. I'd be the first one to say that I'd like to stouten this one up just a little bit more. I'd like to even maybe open him up just a tick. But boy, when it comes to center rib and length of rib and spring of rib and having some real muscle that's got some cutability and really good in terms of degree of finish but still market readiness, I thought his compositional correctness and his rib design and muscularity and skeletal proportions were all three nice. I think he's still good enough in terms of structure and feet and leg placement from a terminal standpoint, and really there's probably not anything that can beat him from a muscle standpoint, and yet still genuinely pretty good in his structure. Let's give that young lady a nice big round of applause. Second place lambs, really level, really square. I like him in those areas. Probably balances just a little bit better, but when you get up front, he gets a little narrow chest, a little flatter in terms of his forerib. Doesn't have near the muscle dimension and shape when we get behind him, but thought that sheep was square, level, fresh, up on his toes, pointing in the right direction. I thought his body shape, body depth, and proportion of body depth, and had more volume and muscle from behind than maybe the one was a little bit stouter, a little bit square right behind the shoulder. I thought this one had a composition advantage too in terms of cutability. Really a nice lamb here. I think at one time was really good. You can start to see his age just a little bit, but he's level. He's good in terms of his feet and legs. He's up on his toes. You start looking at his rear flank. You start looking at his loin structure and his flatness to his leg just doesn't balance out quite as nicely. Really like the young man's lamb that we have next in class. Really, when he gets out on the walk, he stays level, square, he's up on his toes, and he trots around, and I like that about him. That sheep just gets a little too narrow-based for me, and his breastbone don't lay in his skeleton quite right, and I could just tick more muscle. Like this sheep in terms of his freshness. Again, a sheep that's muscular. I like his basic build, but when you start studying his next setting, he gets a little up in his top, and you start looking at muscle that lays on his skeleton. I'd like to shapen him up just a little bit and open him up at his rump, but I thought that sheep was useful and good. Good class of lambs. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Nice job to you.
Placing on the class 21 of our Southdown shows, these Southdowns weighing 95 to 134 pounds. First place goes to entry 620, Taylor Swinson, Sulphur Springs, Texas, lamb weighing 134. Second to 286, Hallie Hindman of Albia, Iowa, lamb weighing 125. Third place to 955, Cagney Collins, Flanagan, Illinois. 4 to 176, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. Fifth, 1074, Elena Kessler, Clay City, Illinois. Sixth place to 78, Brianna Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. 7th place to 819, Abigail Kelly of Fayetteville, Arkansas. 8th place to 405, Tessa Mattingly, Lebanon, Indiana. 9 to 557, Mila Testerman, Hollis, Oklahoma. And 10 to entry 30, Tamsin Meyer, Lexington, Kentucky.
Good kids, pretty good set of sheep, heavyweight Southdowns here. Found one that actually in terms of market readiness and cutability and genuine muscle that sits square on a skeleton, I found him to be the best one of those areas. Fairly good on his feet and legs, pointing the right direction. I'd like to change his rump. I'd like to hydrate him a little bit more in his loin. But he's really the only one in this class that has some real muscle, some squareness to his top, some dimension to his rack, some flair to his leg, and gets around and moves around the ring fairly comfortably in terms of stride. But I could change him in a lot of areas. The young ladies lamb here in second, I didn't think he was going to be quite powerful enough. Didn't think he had enough right at his rack and bold enough in his forward. But when you start studying in regards to actual skeletal correctness, angles, length of loin, length of hip, percentage of hind saddle, looked like he had some skeletal correctness, and yet I thought he was fairly acceptable in terms of his condition. I don't think he's overdone. I just think his lack of real muscle shape behind his shoulder and his forehead. But I thought he was the second best one that made the most sense. I actually thought about using him over the first place sheep, but just not enough genuine muscle for this sheep, even though he's more correct in his skeleton. Nice sheep to go in second. Third, fourth, and fifth, I think at one time were nice sheep. And actually there's things about fourth and fifth that I like better than third, but third today is just leaner. We have three sheep that are just heavier conditioned, and we got sheep down here that are too heavy conditioned. But a long-bodied, stout, opened-up sheep, got some spring of rib, some length of hind saddle, probably they passed his due. Another sheep, very level and square, dimensional, good on his feet and legs. A sheep that just probably just needs to be trimmed up. And same for this one, just another level, square, stout, opened up, useful, practical kind of sheep, just needs a little bit past their due. Great set of kids, nice set of sheep. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Placing on the class of market lambs for the Southdowns in class number 22, those lambs weighing 135 to 176. First place goes to 977, Trina Cherney of Wonewoc, Wisconsin, a lamb weighing 140. Second to 277, Paige Pence, New Carlisle, Ohio, lamb weighing 142. Third place to 215, Taylor Harrison, Spring Hill, Kansas, 4 to 725, Brock Miller of Hankska, Minnesota. Fifth to 724, Brock Miller. Sixth place to 82, Carson Knettle, Greenfield, Illinois. 7 to 1170, Cheney Tennant of North Manchester, Indiana. 8 to 829, Naomi Lowen of Columbia City, Indiana. Ninth place to 912, Bailey Blades of Connorsville, Indiana. And 10 to 318, Emma Millard of Kentland, Indiana.
Been a real good Southtown show. Excellent set of young kids out here working hard. Breeders have got some nice sheep. had a lot of trade-offs, gives and takes, and maybe sheep that had more muscle with composition correct and true terminal merit. Maybe had some sheep that were a little better looking but gave up lots of muscle. I think there's one here that fits me in terms of skeletal proportions, real muscle, still being pretty good in terms of its body shape, and I think acceptable in terms of terminal merit. I think reserve gets fairly close, but one sheep's too heavy. We're going to make the two lightweights your champion reserve. Let's give those two individuals a nice big round of applause.
Champion Southdown Weather goes to our first place out of Class 21, 620, Taylor Swinson, Sulphur Springs, Texas, lamb weighing 134. Reserve goes to the second place animal in that same class, entry 286, Holly Hinman of Albia, Iowa, lamb weighing 125. Ann Marshall, please come to the show ring desk. Ann Marshall, to the show ring desk, please. Again, exhibitors, if you have a breed champion or reserve breed champion, we do need to get an official photo so we can post it both on our website and Facebook. We'd like to get those done, so as soon as you get named a champion or reserve champion in today's show, please go over and get a photo at the official photo booth at the corner of the show ring. We'd like to thank Farm Credit for their generous sponsorship of this year's Junior Wether Sheep Show. Farm Credit is the nation's largest lender dedicated exclusively to agriculture and rural communities, serving every county in each of the 50 states. We're also very proud to welcome our official media partner, RFD TV, America's first 24-hour network serving the needs and the interests of rural America. To find out more about where you can watch their quality programming, go to rfdtv.com.
this is a fantastic class and deep, and probably as deep as any class we've had today. Really good sheep, fresh, muscular, pretty good legged. We got some differences in types and kinds. We got some differences in body types, but I think that are good sheep. I do find one thing though, the young man's lamb, I find him to win, I wouldn't say easy because the competition is so good, but I find him in different views and different handles and studying different things, he keeps gravitating to the top. Muscular, fresh, still up on his toes, pointing in the right direction, his skeletal proportions are right, his skeletal angles are right. That's a very muscular, fresh, well-presented sheep that has tremendous cutability and yet still has some production traits in. Let's give that young man and whoever's behind that one, the breeder, a nice big round of applause. That's a good sheep and not an easy one to breed. Second and third's got some trade-offs, differences in body types, differences maybe in terms of condition. Even though this one I'd like to fill him up just a little bit more and give him more body, and he might ever so slightly roll on his hop. I thought comparatively in terms of chest floor, muscularity, and shape, and just balance on the walk, I thought this one stayed a little bit truer. Comparatively though, I'd like to, for as tall-legged as he is, I'd like to give him a little more body, and I would like to change his hind leg. Young lady's lamb, big bones, square-legged. I like his length of hip. I like his length of loin. I do like the view as I study his angles and the way his muscle sits on his skeleton. I like his natural square, the width of his base and his squareness to the ground. But when I start studying in terms of skeletal quality, the chest floor, the forerib, the flank, and the lower leg doesn't quite balance all together. I think it's close in second and third. I think there's more dimension at the base and might be a little more dimension in terms of rib. I just thought that sheep stayed together a little bit better in terms of balance on the walk. Young lady, that's a nice sheep as well. I'd like to have seen this one at one time on his A game, and he's probably still at a B, and he looks good in terms of a brace. But when we get him out on the walk and we start studying his fill and his flank, his loin, his neck setting, it offsets his balance just a little bit. But I thought here's another one that's opened up and got dimension of muscle that lays down his skeleton. I like his openness of hip. I like the dimension from behind. A lot of good things. Just when I get him out on the walk, I'd like to change him just in terms of his hydration, freshness, and his fill. Young lady's lamb is an awfully nice one as well. He's good skinned, he's level designed, he's muscular, he's fresh. I think though when you start studying and get up front here, he starts giving up a little bit of power in terms of width of base, squareness to the ground, dimension in terms of foot, and total width of skeleton and center dimension. But I thought that was a fresh, muscular, level sheep that angled right, that had a lot of quality. This is a great class, a great set of young people with really good set of sheep. Don't put your heads down. This is a good set of sheep. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause as they exit the ring.
Nice job to you. Nice job, young lady. He's phenomenal, but he's too fat for me.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No problem. We'll see you again.
Placing on class number 23, the first class of Suffolk Market Lambs. First place goes to entry 848, Lane Slayton, Noblesville, Indiana, Lamb Wing 142. Second to 372, Emily Smith, Elk City, Oklahoma, Lamb Wing 146. Third place to entry number 284, Hallie Hinman, Albia, Iowa. 4 to entry number 368, Kaylin Urban, Roosevelt, Oklahoma. 5 to 140, Caitlin Anderson, Alt, Colorado. 6th place to entry 968, J.D. Hargrove of Stephenville, Texas. 7th place to entry 1167, Skylar Knapp, Greenfield, Indiana. 8 to 1161, Hunter Rice, Boonville, Indiana. 9 to entry number 949, Austin Berinda of Earl Park, Indiana. And 10 to 552, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas.
Another really good class is Suffolk Lambs, and starting one that's probably too heavy to go back, but there's a lot of good in this sheep in terms of bone work, feet and leg placement, skeletal proportion. Really got a lot of muscle. It sits on his skeleton, and really I like the cutability. I like the market readiness. I like the freshness in this sheep. I think there's a lot of good. He's probably got a little bit maturity in his breastbone. He's maybe not quite as neat to look at as at the lamb in second, but we really get on top of him. You get outside of a hard brace, and just for me, studying muscle that naturally sits on a skeleton, got some percentage of hind saddle, some length of hip, and true structure. I think that's an outstanding sheep. Let's give that young man a nice big round of applause. The young man in second, probably one that's more relative to weight in regards to coming back out here for our champion. He's level, he's square, he's pretty good-legged, he looks fresh, he looks muscular, but when you get him outside of a hard brace, he really doesn't have enough true muscle shape at the base of his neck, working down his spine, and even in his top. He needs more dimension for me, squareness and genuine natural shape, but he is level, he is muscular in terms of his flare to his leg. I like his proportion in terms of the rib design. He gets up on his toes and he goes pretty good. I'd like to open him just a little bit, but Reed, he just needs a lot more muscle at the base of his neck, but I think that's a good sheep. I just thought the basic fundamentals of his foundation in terms of being a little more moderate, in terms of his size and staying true, was comparative on the lamb that we have in third. That sheep on the top side of his skeleton, I like him. I like his length of top. I like the genuine muscle shape that works down his top, his length of hip. I think he's up on his toes, but when you start studying in terms of bone, foot, with the skeleton, maybe moderate him just a little bit in his size, or give him more body, or give him more stoutness. But I thought that's a muscular, high cutability, high quality sheep. Just needs a little more structure and balance. This one's loaded with muscle. Study him on his top, and his dimension of top, and squareness of top, spring to his rib, the dimension of his hip, and the amount of muscle. He probably has so much muscle and dimension of rib, it offsets him a little bit in terms of balance. He probably needs a little stouter foundation underneath in terms of foot and bone. And again, his blade maybe a little bit, and he's a little bit past his due, but I thought that was an outstanding sheep and a lot of good. Very fresh and a very well presented sheep. I appreciate his length of hip, his percentage of hind saddle, his length of body, his skeletal proportions. He's got some bone and structure. When you get up on top of him outside of a hard brace and study his muscle at the base of his rack, and the muscle sits down his spine, he needs more. I like to lengthen his hip up and give him more dimension at the top of his rump. But that was a really good class, a great set of kids. Let's give these young people a nice big round of applause.
Nice sheep, really fat, and he really wants to turn
Yeah.
up front. What do you think? Oh, we got
We're back
champion
to
stuff.
champion stuff.
Placing on class number 24, our second and final class of Suffolk Weathers. These lambs weigh 150 to 179. First to 846, Travis Wallen, Trafalgar, Indiana, lamb weighing 172. Second to 416, Bryant Chapman of South Rockwood, Michigan, lamb weighing 150. Third to 1049, Kyle Cox, Minocas, Colorado. 4 to 1148, Clayton, Maine, Seymour, Indiana. 5 to 57, Brady Might, Milton, Wisconsin. 6 to 638, Bo Davis, Guthrie, Oklahoma. 7 to 378, Sarah Young of Leesburg, Ohio. 8th place to entry number 1147, Rachel Siverston of Brazil, Indiana. 9 to 411, Jansen Cooper, Mount Pulaski, Illinois. And 10 to 879, Daniel Hartzler of New Paris, Indiana.
Really a fantastic Suffolk show. That was a big weight class, I think 102 to 149, and it was 150. I really like the sheep. He's too big for me, 179, but I think there's a lot of good in that sheep. But there's nothing wrong with this little guy either. I think there's a lot of skeletal correctness. I think there's pretty good on his feet and legs. He's got some shape. He's got some muscularity. We're going to use the pair to be champion reserve. Let's give those kids a nice big round of applause.
Nice job to you. Nice job. That's a good shoot. Nice job to you. So he's champion. This one reserve.
Thank you.
Nice job to you. Congratulations.
Our champion Suffolk goes to our class winner of Class 23, 848, Lane Slayton of Noblesville, Indiana, lamb weighing 142. The reserve champion to the second place in that Class 23, 372, Emily Smith, Elk City, Oklahoma, lamb weighing 146. Now moving right on into our white face crosses, we have Class 25 entering the ring. Class 26, our white face cross, second class and final class, 145 to 176, should be in the makeup area, please.
Another really good class. A pair of lambs that I think are awfully close. I think there's lots of differences. I think there's trade-offs, and we could go back and forth in the sand and talk about things and do different things. I just thought that this lamb today, probably in proportion of its body depth from its chest to its rear flank, and probably freshness in terms of the way that he handles in terms of his top line, and when he gets out on the walk, just carries himself together a little bit better in terms of overall balance. And he has pretty good bone, and he has pretty good width of skeleton, and he's fairly muscular. But this little dude is about as opened up and square as you can make when it comes at you like a man, and short on his passions and up on his toes and goodness for him, and he really travels around the ring so effortlessly and comfortably and stays wide and stays square. It's his chest floor to his flank, and he's maybe not quite as fresh in the way that he handles, but there's so many good things about that sheep. But the biggest problem that I had was the chest floor to flank. He's probably a little bit past his due, but there's so many good things about him. Two really good sheep. Let's give those two young ladies a nice big round of applause. Not taking anything away from the young lady in third. I thought freshness, muscularity, true spring of rib, dimension of rib, and muscle that lays on a skeleton that sits in there square and has an abundant amount of it. The problem is you get a little shorter loins, you get a little quicker in terms of your hip, and you're not quite as long-bodied, and I'd like to lengthen your hip and open it up, but there's a fresh, muscular, good-doing, big-bodied, big rib that has lots of spring rib and lots of dimension. I liked your freshness, I liked your muscularity, I liked your presentation and cutability. Nice job to you, young lady. Young lady's lamb in fourth, probably basic build, squareness to the ground, proportions in terms of length of body, the percentage of hind saddle, and still has some muscle. A little stale in terms of his appearance, not correct in terms of his rib design and fill maybe today, but I thought that's still a good, useful kind of sheep. Toes point in the right corners, just got to freshen them up. I like this one's muscularity and shape, gets a little too quick hip for me, one that probably gets a little more done in terms of condition. Not quite the foot, the form, and base width, but I thought that was a good, useful kind of sheep. Good class. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Placing on class number 25, our first of two white-faced crossbred classes. First place goes to entry 559, Peyton Harris, Perry, Oklahoma, lamb weighing 131 pounds. Second place to entry 146, Caitlin Anderson, Alt, Colorado, a lamb weighing 139. Third to 501, Sawyer Moracle, Clarion, Iowa. Fourth place to 413, Caitlin Stillen of Lower City, Ohio. 5 to entry 860, Colby Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. 6 to 716, Chandler Shellkampf of Geneva, Nebraska. 7 to entry 508, Jordan Wieslow of Yates Center, Kansas. 8 to Shane Smith, entry 1108. Shane is from Bakersfield, California. 9 to entry number 937, Amber Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana. And 10 to 825, Rowan Hayden, Bargersville, Indiana.
Really nice class. We got three especially, two I think that are awfully nice. I think there's some trade-offs, but really in terms of handle quality and muscularity and dimension and bone and structure, this is a very nice sheep. I mean, the way his muscle lays on his skeleton and the squareness and dimension, he's comfortable in his stride. He's good in terms of his top line. I like his springer rib. I like his dimension rib. I like the way he plants his feet. There's little things you could probably pick and choose here and there, but I thought he was a really good one. And I thought cutability and muscularity in terms of composition was where he kind of beat the lamb in second. Probably had a little more dimension of rib and was a little better off on his hind leg, but a very nice sheep. And let's give congrats to that young lady as she shows a really good one here. The young lady in second, again, a level and square and good-legged and pointing in the right direction. Again, when I start studying this one in terms of its true rib design, comparatively to the first one, flank, length of hip and dimension, and not quite as good in terms of cutability, but that's a fancy, good-looking sheep that's up on his toes and got a lot of quality. Let's give that young lady a nice big round of applause. A good useful sheep in third. I like his muscle volume. I like his stoutness of features. I think when you start studying though in terms of length of hip, width of hip, and the way he steps out on his hind leg, and the way his muscle lays on his skeleton, you might change him just a little bit on the back third of his body. But I liked his trimness and condition and cutability and composition over one that's just loaded with muscle, that's big-hipped and thick-ended and wide top. Getting a little fat for me and past his due, but I think there's a lot of good in that sheep as well. Congrats to the both of you. And the young lady in fifth, she's got a good sheep, and he's muscular, and he handles pretty acceptable when he's in a hard brace. And I told her when we got out of the hard brace that she only got me for so long. He handles with a little more condition over his forerib and gets a lot less descript in his top shape out of a hard brace. But I thought in this class, a big sheep that still had some structure, some percentage of hind saddle, I still thought there was good in his skeleton. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause as they exit the class.
Nice job to you. Nice job, young lady. Balance. I really like that sheep the way he handles, but when we got behind him, didn't get nearly as square and wide and dimensional as the rest of them. Very nice when he handled. Nice job to you, young man. Did good. Nice job to you. Need to clean him up.
What do you think I would change about mine?
You just probably need to put him in the freezer. Just past
Yeah,
his due.
that's what I was thinking.
Exactly. There you go.
Placing on class number 26, our second class of white-faced crossbreds. These lambs weighed 145 to 176. First to entry 642, Samantha Nystrom of Kirtland, New Mexico, lamb weighing 150. Second to 648, Bailey Amstutz, Richwood, Ohio, lamb weighing 148. Third place to 680, Haley Blevins, Abingdon, Virginia. 4 to 975, Wyatt Nixon, Delavane, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 256, Kayla Belknap of Muscadine, Iowa. 6th place to entry 641, Candy Coxbill of Torrington, Wyoming. 7 to entry 201, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. 8th place to entry 279, Evan McLean, Albany, Indiana. 9 to entry 1024, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 10 to entry 141, Jenna Bradley, Cassopolis, Michigan.
Really good stout 2 classes here. A lot of good sheep. I think there's some differences, but I think the big thing is they're looking out here. Sheep that are pretty good on their feet and legs. They kind of point in the right direction. They're out on all corners. They're longer than they are tall. They're pretty proportionate in terms of their body depth. They've got some dimension. They've got some muscle. There might be a few things we nitpick here and there, but I mean, being this late in the season, I think there's a lot of good sheep and a lot of good things about them. However, though, it comes down to me that one that just overpowers in terms of having real muscle down its top, having some real structure and real dimension. That's a good sheep right there. Let's give that young lady a nice big round of applause, and she's champion, and this young lady be reserved. Give congrats to both of those.
Nice job to you, brother. Good luck. You got any hands?
Our champion, White-Faced Crossbred, goes to our class winner from class 26, 642, Samantha Nystrom of Kirtland, New Mexico, lamb weighing 150. Reserve champion goes to our first place in class number 25, 559, Peyton Harris, Perry, Oklahoma, lamb weighing 131 pounds.
really good class. I think there's some trade-offs to go back and forth. These two, I think, are really, really good. In terms of freshness, muscularity, muscle that lays on a skeleton and still has correctness and quality. I like the way the lamb in second steps out of his hind leg with more authority. I wish the one in first would step out just a little bit better. But when I study their front ends, and both of them have width of chest, and both of them have elevation, I think, though, when you study the way this one comes out of its neck and the way his blade angles onto his shoulder and the way his muscle sits right there and gets progressively wider, and yet it sits square and genuine, and yet he still has length of hip and length of rump and length of hind saddle for a sheep that has that deep twist and still has muscle. I wish he got a little bit better in his length of stride from behind, but I think that's a fresh, correct, level, muscular sheep. He might be not as good to his forerib, maybe as the one in second. But again, those are a pair of lambs that are, I think, very, very good. Let's give those two young ladies a nice big round of applause. The young lady, like I said, maybe her neck setting, her blade just a little bit. Maybe the one that doesn't quite stay quite as correct in terms of his skeletal design out on the walk, but that sheep's got a tremendous amount of muscle, tremendous amount of product, probably even more opened up in terms of his center rib. I think that's a close pair. Let's give those two girls again a nice big round of applause. Third and fourth, the lamb in third is probably as heavy muscled, as heavy structured, as dimensional, and has as much muscle volume. I think though when you start studying in terms of percentages, I think when you start studying in terms of skeletal quality, he's one that kind of doesn't quite can get in the next league. But over the lamb that we have in fourth, when you get him out of a hard brace and just study the muscle that lays on his skeleton and sits down there naturally and off his spine, to me there's a lot more square shape that works down his top, and I think he's more dimensional in his center cage, and I think he has more dimension. He may not be quite as attractive at times, but I think that's a good solid sheep that's got a ton of value and a ton of carcass merit. Young lady's lamb in fourth, one that's really showy and level, and when she gets embraced, he gathers himself together. You think he's muscular enough, and he is. But when you start getting off him comparatively and you handle him when he's not in a hard brace, you realize the way his muscle sits on his spine and then condition in terms of composition, just not quite in the same league in the way muscle lays on a skeleton, maybe not quite the structure and internal dimension, but again, that is a very nice sheep as well. Let's give her a nice big round of applause. And then in fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth, I thought I'd get kind of close. This little guy here I thought stayed level, square, very nice loin, still percentaged right. He might want to run him uphill just a little bit, but I thought his toes were pointing in the right direction. He was up on his passions, and when he gets out and walks, I think that sheep carries himself together. What a fantastic class to start off the Hamps. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Placing on class number 27, our first class of Hampshire Market lambs weighing 103 to 134. First to entry 5, Mackenzie Castro of Napoleonville, Louisiana, 129-pound lamb. Second place to 183, Tori Fraze of Comanche, Texas, lamb weighing 134. Third place to entry number 558, Rachel Booth, Miami, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry 614, Alyssa Owen, Canyon, Texas. 5 to entry 1078, Amanda Bacon, Salam Springs, Arkansas. Sixth place to entry 775, Jacob Bell of Raymond, Mississippi. 7 to 464, Daniel Goodwin of Poncha City, Oklahoma. 8 to 565, Mila Testerman of Hollis, Oklahoma. 9 to 868, Kerrigan Hatch, Gladbrook, Iowa. And 10 to 810, Brian Polega of Unionville, Michigan.
really good class of lambs, 5 sheep that are basic build, squareness and dimension and structure and muscle. What it comes down to is one just has an advantage in terms of cutability. And this young lady's lamb, when he's out of a natural brace, he just handles trimmer and more muscular and shapely. Down his top, I like his length of body, his percentage of hind saddle. I might tie him a little bit better in from the heel of his loin to the structure of his loin. But here's a muscular, fresh, long-bodied, level-designed sheep. Tones point in the right direction. I think there's a lot of good in that sheep. Composition and cutability allow him to start the class. And I really like this sheep in second. I really do. I think he's a little bit proper in his top line when you study his rack and in the way his loin comes in. But maybe that's the reason he has more condition on him. Because when you get him outside a hard brace and studying this naturally, you realize he has squareness, but there's a lot more condition on there than I'd probably prefer. But that is a stout, square, good-legged, muscular sheep that's good-bodied. He is really, really good. I just wish I could trim him up just a notch. That's the same for the 1 and 3rd. 4th, again, he's got the same borderline as I think they're acceptable in a hard brace. I don't think they're acceptable outside of a hard brace, but you dang sure start seeing differences in the way that muscle lays in that skeleton with the amount of condition. Level, square, dimensional. Didn't think he quite looked as good on the walk as the number 2 lamb. Like this sheep a bunch in terms of his muscle shape and dimension, but when I started studying his chest or the rear flank, I didn't think he proportioned out quite as nicely. The lamb in 5th is long-bodied and big-racked and big-rumped. I got a little more critical of his blade as it's set on his skeleton, try to angle that back and open him up down low and have him just a little bit square, and he's just got a tick more too. But that's a great set of 5 lambs, a lot of differences. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
Nice job.
Placing on class number 28, Hampshire Weathers, weighing between 135 and 142. First place goes to entry 606, Alexandra Route, Carmel, Indiana, lamb weighing 142. Second place to entry 729, Riley Arthur, Ellendale, Minnesota, lamb weighing 135. Third place to entry 398, Denton Lowe, Amber, Oklahoma, 4 to 1137, Austin Himes, Central City, Iowa. Fifth place to entry 827, Cal Davis, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Sixth place to entry 958, J.D. Hargrove, Stephenville, Texas. Seventh place to 627, Sarah Bain, Bakersfield, California. Eighth place to entry 1203, Lane Slatton, Noblesville, Indiana. 9 to 740, Catherine Erickson, Springfield, Ohio. And 10 to 26, Kaylee Mayo, Whitakers, North Carolina.
What a great class. Fantastic set of sheep, really, really good, and there's some trade-offs. I wish that the lamb that had him first was a little neater in terms of his chest, like the lamb in second. I thought it was she's a little bit bolder in his forerib and moved around the ring. But when you get on top of him, there's a world of difference when you study this sheep in terms of muscle that lays on his skeleton, the dimension in terms of his rump, the length of his rump, the length of his loin, the percentage of his spine, in terms of his hind saddle and the width of his rump and his hind leg structure and the mass that he has. I know he's not perfect in his forerib, and I'd change him there just a little bit and in his chest, but here is one that from the last rib back and from the amount of muscle that lays on the top side of his skeleton, you get on top of him. He's in a world's difference in this one, even though this one is really neat, super cool, probably a little bit fresher and walks around. But when you actually get him out of a hard brace and study muscle, this one's not as square and muscular, he's not as dimensional in terms of his top, he's not as opened up in terms of his rump, and he doesn't get quite as wide. But that's being awfully critical of a very, very high quality, level, fresh, very good-legged sheep. Congratulations to you as well, young lady, and the crew behind you, and whoever bred that one. The 1 3rd's no slouch, and a lot of things from his last rib back that I like what on the top side of his skeleton does the first one does. Big loin and long loin and pretty long hipped and pretty dimensional to his leg, very well presented. It's when this sheep gets off and takes down low at the ground, he gets a little bit narrower, he's not quite as square up front, and he needs to be more dimensional at the base of his neck. But there is a very well presented, very fresh handling, and that young man does a nice job as well. Let's give him a round of applause. Here's a heavy bone, long-bodied sheep that actually looks good out on the walk. Stays level and square and dimensional, has structure and foot, he's longer in terms of his proportions. But all of a sudden, when you start evaluating the skeletal quality, his blade and his hip structure and his flank, and the set to his hind leg, you realize, and then he's not quite as neat up through the floor of his chest. Here's where this guy runs out of gas just a little bit. But he's level, square, big-legged, good kind of sheep. That's a really good one to go in fourth. Young lady's lamb in fifth, I like in terms of the shape to his rack, his freshness, his muscularity, his elevation up front. But when you start studying him, he's not quite as dimensional in terms of his rib. He's not quite as opened up to his lower skeleton. And then the muscle that lays on his skeleton, he needs more of it. What a fantastic class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Nice job. Nice job. Good class. Good class. Good class. Nice job to you. Good class.
Placing on class number 29, Hampshire Market Weathers, weighing 143 to 148. First place went to 960. Cagney Collins of Flanagan, Illinois, lamb weighing 148. Second to 624. Mackenzie Frucci of Fayette, Ohio, lamb weighing 148. Third to 865. Conrad Shelkoff, Geneva, Nebraska. Fourth place to 703, Amber Cox, Genco, Oklahoma. 5 to 359, Stephanie Moorfield, Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Sixth place to entry number 442, Louis Mailcheck, Bryan, Texas. 7 to 123, Camden Urban, Roosevelt, Oklahoma. 8 to 1183, Colin Tennant, North Manchester, Indiana. 9 to 208, Chloe Weiss, Clinton, Illinois. And 10 to 795, Kendra Curley of Winthrop, Iowa.
I like this one a bunch. He's up on his toes, he's athletic, he's level, he's square, he's muscular, he's good-legged. That is an awfully nice sheep. Maybe be critical when he gets out of a hard brace. I could lean him up just a tick. I might even make him ever so muscular in terms of right behind his shoulder. But here's one at 150 pounds. It's square. He's good-legged. He's athletic. He's muscular. Young man, that's an outstanding sheep. Congratulations to you. Your crew never bred that one. That's an awfully good one. Let's give that young man a nice big round of applause. He brings really an outstanding individual to win this class. The young man's lamb in second, in some ways, is more muscular in terms of his rack. I like his dimension of hip. I like his thickness. I like his bone. It's maybe his muscle in the length of his loin I'd like to change, in the heel, in the way of the structure of his loin. I may want to freshen that sheep up just a little bit. But here's one that's got bone, he's got structure, he's got length of body, he's got some grow in him, and yet there is a sheep that's still pretty good rumped and got a ton of muscle in him. Let's give that young man a nice big round of applause as he brings a nice one here in second. Third, fourth, and fifth kind of comes down to cutability and composition. I thought the young lady's lamb is just in terms of less degree of finish, a higher cutability, a lamb that's muscular and has got some shape in it and good on its feet and legs. I think though when you study that sheep out on the walk, in terms of his levelness of hip, his length of hip, and his skeletal structure, not quite in the same league as the first two, but cutability and composition, that lamb gets into third. Young man's lamb in fourth is level, square, pretty good legged, pretty good bodied sheep. My concern with him is I thought he was a tick overdone in terms of finish. He's acceptable maybe in a hard brace, so we got him in out of a hard brace, and I just question in terms of squareness of muscle coming out of the top of his shoulder and cleaning him up in terms of his degree of condition, but that's an awfully nice sheep as well and a hard one to breed. Young man's lamb in fifth is big racked and stout and heavy boned. When you start studying angles and percentages, you realize that he wants to narrow just a little bit up at his hip. He's one that wants to get a little more condition up over his forehead, but that's a stout, heavy boned, good kind of sheep. Let's give that class a nice big round of applause.
Should go orange. Corrected results for Class 30. Hampshire Weathers weighing between 149 and 155. First place to entry 835. Bo Davis, Guthrie, Oklahoma, a lamb weighing 152 pounds. Second place now is entry number 159. Kaylee Silliman, Fremont, Iowa, a lamb weighing 149. Third place now, 660, Matthew Wybe, Bingham Lake, Minnesota. Fourth, 42, Anna Ruff, Elberton, Georgia. 5, entry 34, William Rupnow, Nemaha, Iowa. 6, entry 62, Brady Might, Milton, Wisconsin. 7 to 160, Camden Urban, Roosevelt, Oklahoma. 8 to entry 792, Brittany Sedemeyer, Rogers, Arkansas. 9 to entry 681, Haley Blevins, Abingdon, Virginia. And 10 to entry 1005, Alec Myers of Taylorville, Illinois.
Really another outstanding class. I like this one a bunch as well. Gonna be fun out here in our Hampshire Drive. We've got a lot of good ones. This lamb, and that one in second is no slouch. I like him a bunch too. That's good livestock. He's square, he's muscular, but this one just has more of the bells and whistles. The bone, the structure, the length of body, the dimension, the muscle that lays on his skeleton. And you know, he's long-hipped. I wish he percentage a little bit better in terms of his length of loin, but that's being really critical of one that's really good. Let's give that young lady a nice big round of applause, and the crew behind that one, and whoever bred that one. That's a very, very nice individual. This is another damn good one though. This one's square and level and muscular and good-legged, moves around the ring really good. Young lady, you just happen to get in the wrong class because that one is better than yours, but that one's good. I wish he was maybe a little bit stouter, a little bigger footed, a little bit of the bells and whistles, but here's one that's square, level, muscular, good-bodied. Congratulations to you, the crew behind it, and the one that raised that one, because that's an awfully good one as well. Young man's lamb in third, I think, is another good one. He's square, he's dimensional, he's muscular, he's up on his toes. I like his freshness in terms of his rib. I like his kind, his muscularity. When you study this sheep, though, and you get right here and start studying condition off a natural brace, doesn't stay quiet as muscular, loading up a little bit in his forerib, but there's a level, square, good-legged one that points in the right direction. That's a good one as well. Congratulations to you and your crew and the one that bred that one, because that's a nice one. Young lady's lamb in fourth. I'd have liked to have seen him in his prime. I really would have. I mean, I think that sheep's got some bones, some structure, some length of body, some dimension to his rib cage. I think there's a productive look and still has muscle. The problem is he's past his due. He's a little bit borderline in terms of condition. He handles fairly good. You guys have done a good job in his forerib, but when you start getting him out on the walk and you study his old breastbone and his chest floor, he starts to give it just a little bit there, but that is a darn nice sheep too that's got a lot of stoutness and width and thickness and muscle. Young lady's lamb here is heavy boned, he's long bodied, he percentage is really good, and he's got some length of hip. I think when you start studying the way his muscle sits on his skeleton and his blade and his forerib, not quite in the same league as the ones above him, but I think that sheep's got a lot of good in them as well. That's a great class. Let's give those kids a nice big round of applause.
corrected placings on class number 31, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 156 to 164. First place to 601, Alexandra Rout, Carmel, Indiana, with a lamb weighing 156. Second to 171, Victoria Rawls, Talent, Oregon, lamb weighing 157. Third to 438, Louis Melchek of Bryan, Texas. Fourth place now is 816, Jacqueline Dingles of Redwood Falls, Minnesota. Fifth now is 805, Sydney Klimish of Calmer, Iowa. Sixth place, 861, Matthew Cheney, Union Bridge, Maryland. Seventh place is 83, Trace Titus, Alexis, Illinois. Eighth place is entry 621, Lauren Ott, Norwalk, Ohio. Ninth place, 755, Annika Adam, Howard, Ohio. And 10 is entry number 1169, Peyton Dahmer of Nevada, Missouri. Farm Credit is our Junior Weather Sheep Show sponsor. Farm Credit provides more than a third of the credit needed by those who live and work in rural America. And also, we're very proud to welcome our official media partner, RFD TV, America's Agribusiness and Lifestyle Network. To learn more about their fine programming, go to rfdtv.com.
Still really good class here in our heavyweight hamps. I like a lot of things about the sheep. Starts this class. A big sheep's got some frame, got some length of body, and holds it together. Got some length of hip and some dimensions and structure. You know, he's a little bit stale over his loin, but there's a sheep that's got a lot of good in him. I think he's got some heaviness and structure. He's good-legged. He's level. He's square. That's just a good skeletal system. There's a lot of usefulness. Congratulations, you young man, and the program behind that one. That one's awfully good. That's not taking anything away from the young man's in second. He's square and level and muscular and up on his toes, pointing in the right direction. I think the really comparative factors is this sheep at his upper hip, his length of hip, and his dimension of rump, not quite in the same league as the one that we have to win that class. But that sheep still square, level, fresh, and muscular. Thought he was just a little better on the walk in terms of his skeletal correctness on a long-bodied one that's got some length of hip and percentage of hind saddle. I like the way his muscle sits on his skeleton. I might change him a little bit on the walk in terms of his skeletal integrity, but I thought that one was awfully nice to go in third. Good solid sheep in fourth. He's level, he's square. I like him out through his rump. He's pretty good in terms of his hind leg. Gets a little bit pinched in his forerib, needs more dimensional muscle right there at the base of his neck. I'd like to change his front end and clean him up just a little bit in terms of composition. Young lady's lamb is level and square and muscular. Again, he needs more muscle at the base of his shoulder. He needs to be cleaned up there at the, or excuse me, more shape at the base of his neck and be cleaned up into the lower part of his shoulder and open him up in terms of his lower skeleton coming at me. But really a great class and an excellent set of young people working hard. You should be proud of your sheep, and we'll move into our champion hamp. Let's give these kids a nice big round of applause.
Chad.
while we're getting lined up here, I thought I'd take this opportunity. I think it's very important to always try and recognize everyone that makes this such a successful event. And before I do that, I do want to announce that I'm not 100% sure, but we may have set a record show this year. We tagged 1,229 lambs yesterday. I don't have the papers in front of me, but we very well could have set a record, but I just don't know that for sure. We did set a record in the number of states represented this year. We had 34 states represented in our market weather show this year, so that's pretty incredible. We appreciate all you folks that take the time to come here. I want to recognize this crew because we work very hard to make this a most successful show for you and enjoyable show. And in the makeup ring, we had Mr. Roy Turley and Dr. Beth Johnson and Taylor Schwartz working our ring today. We had several people. We had Emily Hume, Lashley Williams, Allison Miller, Caitlin Ross. We also had at our scale area Chad Halsey, Rick Tyra, Sean Zoman, Evan Davis, and Mike Ross. And we certainly appreciate our announcer, Mr. David Trotter. If you would you please give them a nice round of applause for all that they've done. They're super. They've been with me for a long time, and I couldn't do it without them. Also want to recognize our sheep chair that represents the sheep on the Nally Executive Board, and that's Mr. Mike Hancock. And Mike has jumped in here and really turned things on, and we're really appreciative to have Mike serving in that role.
Placing on class number 32, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 165 to 191. First went to 125, Caleb Whitcomb of Hanska, Minnesota, lamb weighing 171. Second place to 1030, Kyle Geringer, Ridgeville, Indiana, lamb weighing 165. Third to 424, Brad Chapman of South Rockwood, Michigan. Fourth place to 828, Bo Davis, Guthrie, Oklahoma. 5 to 205, Carrie Unruh of Kirkland, Indiana. Sixth place to 60, Lexi Harrison, Louisville, Illinois. 7 to 1112, Gil Alexander, Winnemac, Indiana. Eighth place to entry 1176, Margot Sturgis, Wooster, Ohio. Ninth place to 572, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. And 10 to 548, Blake Forker of Burton, Kansas. At this time, we need to have our breed champions and reserve champions to come up for reweigh. In the whiteface cross, we need entry 642 and 559. For the blackface crosses, we need 370 and 602. The all other breeds champion was 124 and reserve 465. Dorset champion 611, reserve 1163. Natural color champion 764 and reserve champion 626. Oxford champion 164 and reserve 623. Shropshire champion 668, 981. Southdown champion 620, and reserve 286, and the Suffolk champion 848, reserve 372. Those animals need to be brought back to the scale area now for reweigh prior to entering the ring to show for grand and reserve grand champion.
What a fantastic Hampshire show. Let's give these individuals and these kids and the breeders and the programs behind them a nice big round of applause. All of them. I know I got what I would say the top four, but there's still a lot of good sheep out here. I mean, still good-legged, square, muscular, fresh, thick-ended, still stay together good. Got some ribs, some volume, some length of rib. I just see a lot of high-quality sheep. It's been a lot of fun to do the Hampshire Drive. I think these four are really good. I do. There's some trade-offs, there's some gives and takes. If you want to do a backdrop, take a picture, you want to fall more in love with one a little better fronted, a little more tucked up in his chest, you want one that's got a little more muscle. I mean, we got them all out here, but we do have four really good ones. The young lady at the far end, in terms of width of base, bone, foot, structure, length of body, length of hip, dimension of muscle in the skeleton, the amount of muscle that sits in his rump and when he tracks away is awfully good. Might clean him up just a little bit in his breastbone, but that's a 156-pound sheep that's got a lot of stuff to him. He's stout, he's massive, he's square, he handles good, very good in a hard brace. He handles it exactly even better maybe out of a natural brace. That's a really good one. Young man's lamb that, again, I talked to both of these are being really damn good. And again, this one hits me hard because of his weight, his elevation of chest floor, his cleanliness, the way his blade lays in there in the mid part of his shoulder, and he comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's level, he's square, he's up on his toes. I like his length of rib. I like his length of body. The problem is when he naturally gets out on the walk and you study him out of a hard brace and evaluate muscle that sits on his skeleton, he needs more there. He needs to be more even dimensional in terms of the top of his rump comparatively, but that is an outstanding sheep. Young lady's lamb, one that maybe not quite as good from the side as his forerib and his chest floor, but boy, here's one when you get right on top of him and study him in terms of squareness and muscle at the base of his neck, his length of loin, still has some dimension in terms of his hip structure and his loin structure. There's some length to that muscle, some bone in that muscle. He steps out wide and square. There's some things we changed, but I think there's a lot of good when you get on the top side of that sheep. Again, he's a little deeper in his chest. You might want to square him up in his forerib, but boy, you get on top of him, he's really good. And you get to the lamb that was second to the young lady's lamb that we talked about and that we initiated before. He's square, he's muscular, he's dimension, he's really good. Maybe not quite the bells and whistles as the one that we won that class, but when you realize in studying, he really is a very competitive sheep. I've studied for a long time. I've thought about it in my head. I'm not going to take any longer. I'm going to make the young lady champion. I'm going to make that one reserved.
That's a very nice sheep.
Thank you.
Nice job to you. Nice job to you.
Thank you.
Nice job to you.
Thank you.
Our champion and reserve champion for the Hampshire show came out of class 31. Champion, our first place animal, entry 601, Alexandria Route, Carmel, Indiana. Lamb weighing 156 pounds. The reserve champion, second place to that animal in class 31, 171, Victoria Rawls, Talent, Oregon, a lamb weighing 157.
Chris made the announcement that this was a record set. I was the slowest guy to ever judge it. Not the most numbers that've ever be here. I'm joking. I didn't try to be slow. I told myself I was going to be done by 8:30. I think we're on California time. But anyways, this is not an easy show to judge. I mean, this is the creme de la creme. This is the best of the best. You start out with crossbreeds at 8 o'clock in the morning. I mean, you better be ready, better be prepared. This has been a mentally challenging day today. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the challenge. I've enjoyed the physicality of it. I've enjoyed spending time with your young people. I've enjoyed judging a great set of sheep. It's been a fantastic day for me. I enjoyed it. I apologize for being a little bit slow. It takes me a little longer. I look at things at a lot of different views and trying to gather things to put the most good things together. But my congratulations to these young people, the breeders, the parents, the ag teachers, the 4-H leaders, everybody involved. Let's give a big round of applause to these kids and every kid that walked through this ring today. Very, very impressive. I want you to put your hands together and give all the individuals in Louisville that helped out today, all the individuals that are part of this, the committee members, all those individuals, a lot of work, a lot of time, and I don't know where you could get a better facility this time of the year and have this kind of atmosphere. I'm a product of this program. My father's an ag teacher. My wife's an ag teacher. I got 2 brother-in-laws that are ag teachers. I mean, we grew up as ag teachers. This is important to us. My wife and I, we have 2 boys and a girl, and we're in the barn every day, and we do it because we believe in this program. We believe that it's essential for our kids to be a part of this program that's going to make long-term success, that they'll be positive citizens in society. I mean that. I really do. I believe in this program, the hands-on, the work ethic, the commitment, the integrity, the honesty, the family time that we spend. It builds better people. I do mean that. I believe it from the bottom of my heart. I don't think there's a better program that is essential to raising kids. Does that mean you can't raise good kids without being a part of the junior livestock program? Nope, but I can promise you, you'll increase your percentages. These kids know how to work. They understand agriculture. They know where their food comes. They have a work ethic, a commitment, a dedication, and they have values and integrity. Think about our forefathers who started the livestocks and expositions, how smart those men were to bring agricultural people together, young and old, and develop the future of tomorrow. That's what it's all about. We're here to have fun. We're here to enjoy. We're here to compete. We're here to be with old friends and meet new ones and interrelate and have some commonalities with people that have the same passion that we do. Not only is, I think, the principles and fundamentals important of how we raise our kids that can increase the chances of them being positive citizens in society, but one thing that I've learned as a parent, and my wife told me in 2009 when our kids started showing, we're going to breed our own, we're going to show our own, and I want to be damn good at it. Wow. Well, I learned a lot about how to raise sheep. Didn't realize how hard it was to raise a male. Then even harder than that was try to identify a female that could raise a wether every year that your kids could be competitive. And I say that because all of a sudden you realize the same basics and fundamentals, the same principles, the skeletal thing, it might be a different subject, but it's the same idea as we trying to raise our kids is the same project. We're trying to raise good stock. We're trying to raise good children. There's an interrelationship there, a set of standards, a basic set of principles, a basic set of fundamentals. And a lot of these sheep here today have that. They get out on the corners, they got a sturdy foundation, they got some width of skeleton, they're longer than they are tall, they percentage in the right areas, and they got muscle that lays on a skeleton that's built correctly. And they get out and they move comfortably. That's not easy when you start thinking about terminal merit and muscle, production traits, and different segments of what you're trying to do in your breeding program. But these are the type that we're trying to raise at home. I don't think we've accomplished it yet, but we do have a goal. We have an understanding, a fundamental, a basic set of principles with both raising kids and with raising livestock. We've been doing it for a while, and as a parent, every day when I look in the mirror, I ask myself a few questions. I said, am I creating the environment? Am I creating the right environment for my children and the friends around them? Am I leading by example? Do my actions speak louder than words? And I got to say that a couple times to myself. Do my actions speak louder than my words? And the last one is am I the positive change that I want to see in an industry that I respect and cherish so much? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you safe in your travels and may God be with you. It's been my honor to judge your show, and I'll go ahead and pick your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion lambs.
Grand Champion Lamb this year goes to our champion Hampshire. 601 was the entry out of Class 31. Alexandra Rout of Carmel, Indiana, lamb weighing 156. Reserve champion was the reserve champion Hampshire. Class 31, second place animal, 171 was the tag. Victoria Rawls of Talent, Oregon, lamb weighing 157. That does conclude our Market Lamb Show for this year. Our judge has been Clint Cummings of Arroyo Grande, California.